Okay, now it is working. I apologize for all of that delay. I don't know what that was about. I honestly don't. I had to restart my Xbox and it worked perfect. Hello and welcome back to the Druidic Stormcloud channel where we'll be playing Final Fantasy XIV. I apologize for the delay. I don't know what that was about, but it seemed to have fixed itself as soon as I restarted my Xbox a second time. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right in. Well, I couldn't continue the main storyline because of some minor issues. So let's go ahead and take on the Arcanist story. It's a hefty tome, is it not? I promise you, a grimoire's weight becomes a comforting anchor amidst the shifting seas of battle. A fact you will soon discover. Oh, you're... okay. A fact you will soon discover. In Lower Lenoska, you will find, among others, 3 species of pest. Wharf rats, little ladybugs, and oriole. I ask that you employ your fledgling skills in arcana, arcanimia, to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary task, I will welcome you as an official member of the Arcanist Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. Since I need to defeat Titan on hard difficulty before I can continue the main storyline. I thought you only had to complete the quest and not actually beat him. Okay, we got 2 of them down already. Oh, you are one of our... hunt targets. Supposed to find 3 of you guys. It's not important right now anymore, but you get a good ring if you beat all of the hunt targets for a class. Okay. Let's go here, take the Ethernet to the Arcanist Guild, and we will be good to go to the next quest. I see the creatures beyond the city walls pose you little threat. It is with great pleasure, then, that I formally recognize your initiation into the guild from this day forth. Into the guild. From this day forth, you may proudly bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays into the wilderness and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. Find your mistress of experience. And when you feel you can command Carbuncle as easily as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instruction. I will be waiting. Speaking of, let's go ahead and randomly summon a minion. Oh, the little water buffalo. Okay. And summon Carbuncle because that actually powers us up a bit. Kiara, isn't it? Are you reading? I must have to remind my... So it's... Speaking of such, have you been practicing your tactics with Carbuncle? I believe it's time to assess the improvement of your skills. As with your previous trial, I would have you defeat foes in Lower Lenoska, 3 wild dodos, and 3 tiny mandragoras, to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of your opponents, formulate an effective strategy, and utilize your arcane entity to its fullest potential. I believe I expect you back in time for breakfast. Let's go ahead and hurry up with this. dodos are here too. Here we go. Here we go. Welcome back, Kiara. It appears your coordination with Carbuncle is progressing at a satisfactory pace. Shall we test your growing acumen with a more practical examination? Our work at Melvin's Gate requires us to inspect and record the contents of incoming cargo. To simulate such a task, I have had several crates transported to the cliff south of Zephyr Gate. I want you to examine those crates, then return the inspected cargo here to me. You would be surprised at the depths to which some merchants will sink to deter our customs agents from performing thorough investigations. False bottoms, rotting foodstuffs, flesh-eating Vilkian. I suggest you be prepared for any eventuality. Zephyr Gate, was it? I'm not a threat. Pray ignore my presence for the present and allow me a moment to conjugate. Reaction to my sudden appearance was within expected parameters. But I must admit I did not expect so proficient a performance against the enemies set against you. Yet, effective though your tactics were, I spied much from room for improvement. As I watched the battle, the wheels of my mind whirled into motion, as they are wont to do, inventing other possible strategies you might have employed. Let's see, take into account your current level ability, factoring in the etheric constant, multiplying by the number of opponents, then applying your tactics to other potential combat scenarios. Oh dear. My calculation indicates failure upon encountering threat level 9785. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. Though the opportune window to do so has passed, I would nevertheless introduce myself. Okay, so they're an assessor, and I am not going to attempt to pronounce that name. According to Guildmaster, acting Guildmaster has elected me to oversee your training and to provide any necessary guidance and instruction in the field of arcanum. From what I have observed thus far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail regarding your choice of arcane geometries. What factor most influences your actions during battle? Desire to outwit the enemy seems good. Ah, just as I predicted. And now I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming an Arcanist of note is 90%, give or take 0.5%. Yes, the certainty is quite high. After all, I only know of one other practitioner who responded to my question but in the same manner. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster himself. While our inscrutable leader is, as I'm sure you've heard, on an indefinite leave of absence, he did leave us with his most notorious saying to date. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. No matter how gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulation of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the finest strategy in this case. I suggest you continue to focus on refining your aptitude with carbuncle mastery with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of arcanimia. I'm just going to call it Arcana for now. From now on. Here ends your lesson for today. Pray return directly to the guild. I believe she is awaiting some inspected cargo. And what of myself? I'm off to the fields, of course. The tactics I've reasoned out earlier must be attempted in real-life scenarios. Theory is all well and good, but there is no substitute for actual combat. We will meet again soon. Okay, we are back. I don't know what's going on. Going forward, I may have to completely remove Streamlabs from the equation and fall back to OBS. Using my capture card for my Xbox as well as my Switch. Okay, before I upload this to YouTube, I'm going to have to try and actually edit the video to link them back together. Ah, Kiara, have you returned with the cargo? Yes, everything seems to be in order. Relatively clear of blood and other gore. That can be something of a problem in our profession, you understand. I also had word from regarding your performance. You seemed eager to continue your training. An odd lass, I'll admit, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. You would do well to heed the instructions she offers, particularly that which touches on the diligent approach of our art. Did you perhaps notice the battered tome she carries? That initiate's grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She has her reasons, but it's admittedly strange to see it kept all the way to her present position. Her to overlook other important aspects of life. As our master strategists guide your Arcanist training, I hope that you may return the favor and help broaden her own perspective somewhat. But enough of such matters. The moment you have done, or for the moment, continue your practice with Carbuncle, as she has bid. I will be here when the time comes for your next lesson. Next lesson is now. Yes, Kiara, it is. The time for your next lesson is upon us. You are keeping well, I trust. Taking the occasional brisk walk. One cannot form sound thoughts if one fails to maintain a sound body. Now, assuming you have been following her instructions, you should be ready to face the more dangerous threats found in western Lenoska. I speak of roselings and wild jackals, and yes, I would have you vanquish 3 of each. 'Tis a perfect sample size. The first act acts as a preliminary test case, the second tests your hypothesis, and the third to perfect the tactics you devised. Speaking of which, I trust your strategies will consist of more than simply flinging ruin over and over again. I feel called out. You're not the novice you once were, and your skills in the field ought to reflect that. Or ought to reflect that. Opponent. Adventure plate. Not adventure plate. Actions and traits. What of these is supposed to be ordering Carbuncle to attack? There we go. Welcome back, Kiara. Demanding and dangerous challenge. Your next training exercise will have you accompanying Forseer on one of her inspections. This experience will afford you the opportunity to witness firsthand the practical application of arcana. Pray do not tarry, Kiara. She awaits you on the floor below with further details. A timely appearance as I expected. Shall we proceed directly to the job at hand? I have been tasked with examining the wares of a goblin peddler caravan run by the Boylstalks family. Our agents suspect these beastmen merchants of dealing in forbidden goods. As such, I have calculated that announcing an inspection has a 60% chance of inviting physical violence. I have prepared a strategy to respond to this possible shift into hostilities, but there is an important precondition you should be made aware of before we discuss the finer points of my plan. Though I am considered gifted in the formation of tactics, I lack the reflexes and coordination necessary to employ many of those self-same strategies in the field of battle. Pray keep this factor in mind and adjust your perceptions accordingly. Now, should the goblins offer battle, you are to execute combat pattern 1345, otherwise known as Stratagem Focus Fire. You and your carbuncle will concentrate your attacks on a single foe, and one by one, the enemy will wither under the combined onslaught. Probability of victory, 95%. Reports place the peddlers in the vicinity of the cookpot in Middle Lenoska. I will depart immediately and to assess the situation. Seek me out once you arrive. Middle Lenoska, the cookpot. Level sync. I am a foreseer of Melvan's Gate. You are to cease all transactions and surrender your goods for inspection. Nasty sneaky peekers. Gobbly spit a blender nosy eye on Stabrion. Stabby iron. A predictably aggressive response. Very well, Kiara. Remember what we discussed? Okay, we were able to do that. Nicely done. Adaptation, improvisation. I might have been observing our beloved guildmaster himself in action. This was the perfect example of how the stratagem for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of the assessor. In other words, before you begin formulating your tactics, it is necessary to fully understand your own strengths and weaknesses. On that note, there is another question I would ask you when it comes to improving the probable success of a strategy. Do you consider it more effective to concentrate on playing to your strengths or shoring up your weaknesses? I mean, a good tactic accounts for both of them, but yeah, you gotta account for your weakness and stuff. Instead, most probably your potential to 97%. Keep an eye on, that much is certain. But to return to the subject of battle plans, your calculation assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. This requires you to be critically aware of your own limits, the limits of your allies, and the characteristics of your enemies. I believe that covers everything for today. Please return to the guild and make your report to the acting guildmaster. Until we next meet, I shall abide here until the Yellow Jackets arrive to take the peddlers into custody. My strategies will keep me company. Ethernet, Arcanist Guild. This was level 15 and should give us maybe the Topaz Carbuncle. Back from the field, Kiara. She contacted me with a summary of the events. It seems you were treated to a lecture on knowing thyself. That particular lesson is ordinarily taught only to intermediate practitioners. Without a sufficient store of combat experience from which to draw, it is difficult to fully appreciate the profundity of such a seemingly simple truth. Nevertheless, I feel confident that you will soon be ready for a more ambitious assignment. Keep to your studies and maintain the razor edge of your mind. Here we go. This is going to be... You seem tired, Kiara. Are you sleeping properly? One's reasoning can suffer without sufficient rest and recuperation. Should you deem it yourself fit for duty, pray make your way down to the practice floor. The Foreseer has requested you accompany her on another official inspection. There is, however, a requirement for your participation. The Foreseer will explain the situation. I was beginning to think I'd miscalculated, Kiara. Thank you for coming. I will soon be boarding a trading vessel suspected of smuggling. All merchant ships that make for use of Limsalimosa's ports are subject to inspections by Melvan's Gate assessors. It's a routine I perform daily. In the case of smugglers, however, there is a 75% probability of encountering resistance. Thus, I would appreciate your accompanying, or your company during this assessment. It is now that we must discuss the requirement for which you were informed. Though I have full confidence of your martial expertise, it is imperative that you first acquire the ability to summon Topaz Carbuncle. Such knowledge will be released to you, contingent on your acceptance of this duty. Yeah. Very good. The arcane entity, given form by the Topaz geometry, will further expand your offensive capabilities. With such an ally at your command, even the harshest of enemies will falter before you. Indeed, we could not conduct these dangerous spot inspections without its support. Please return to the acting guildmaster and inform her of your participation. I will join you once I have completed some final adjustments to my tactical formulae. You have agreed to accompany the Foreseer? Then I shall gladly instruct you on the use of Topaz Carbuncle. Pray do not hesitate to employ this entity in combat should the inspection turn sour. Okay, I'm going to actually adjust my actions and traits. Summon Ruby is going to be here. Summon Topaz here. Summon Emerald here. And we're going to have Gem Shine here. And Precise Brilliance here. With that, we will put Fester here. And Energy Drain here. Outburst will then go here, and switching to 2, Ace Carbuncle we will put here. That should be good for now. There are, of course, some minor problems. Rune 2, level 30. Okay, so that's just ruin. The mercenaries, Geisen and Esthora, are to accompany or to assist us with the inspection. Both are old hands when it comes to escorting her during her more dangerous duties. Well met, Kiara. My spells are at your disposal. This won't be the first time we're expecting trouble, but as long as we follow the Forcier's tactics and keep a clear head, we'll come through just fine. The Morning Star is preparing to dock in Aleport. We will meet our first challenge, however, before we even board the vessel. It is almost certain that the merchant ship has hired a thug or two to accost us at the pier. I calculate the probability at 98%. The crew wish to avoid attacking us on deck, you see, as that would all but trumpet their criminal intentions to the world at large. Now, once we do manage to clear the rails, we will face a deck crowded with armed sailors. But for a small party such as ours, the most effective strategy will be to incapacitate individual foes as swiftly as possible. Each opponent moved down is one less weapon raised against us. It is imperative that we do not allow ourselves to become tangled in multiple drawn-out skirmishes, lest we be overwhelmed. I call this stratagem Hammerfall. Strategy is the tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. Keep those words in mind, Kiara. It is time we departed. Let us regroup before the main gates of Aleport. We're going to be spending a little bit of gil to get there because I'm going to make this as quick as possible and take a ferry. Okay, here we go. Let us be about our task, Kiara. Pray inform the steersman at the pier that we are ready to conduct our inspection. Should violence be offered, you are to execute a stratagem hammerfall. Do not forget, your tactics are both your shield and your weapon. Other side. Why can't I take this quest and what does it do? Probably unlocks a hard mode for that dungeon. You're the folks with Melvan's Gate. Else I knew there'd be trouble. Well then, I'm certainly glad to see you can handle yourself. You'll find the landing boat just down here at the end of the ramp. I'll have no part of what comes next though. I don't blame him. Deftly handled, Kiara. Once again, I am reminded of our guildmaster. Thanks to your efficient response, we will be able to commence this inspection earlier than I had calculated. We shall board the merchant vessel out in the bay. Estora, if you will, take the rudder. The morning star awaits. Since our welcoming party it appears, failed to deter us, I expect, with a probability of 85%, that a rival will incite further belligerence. Our objective, however, is not to trade blows, but to gain access to the hold. It may behoove us to employ stratagem hammerhead or stratagem hardhead. The aim of our opponents is to buy time so that suspect goods may be tossed into the ocean. I do not intend to give them that time. We will bull our way towards the cargo hold as quickly as we can. It is a tactic fraught with risk, but one that your presence makes possible. Shall we begin? I am a Foreseer. By the authority of Melvon's Gate, I request that you surrender your goods for assessment. Well now, your timing couldn't be worse, lass. The old door is all rusted up, you see. Bloody thing won't open. You'll have to come back another day after we fix the hinges. I will see the cargo now. Or that cargo. Any vessel entering a port in Limsa is bound by law to submit to a routine inspection. The law is it, lads. The law is it? Lads, I reckon it's time our guests had themselves a little accident. Pitch 'em over the side. Duty complete. A masterful display, Kiara. Now we can finally gain access to the cargo. Oh. What have we here then? It's one of them Admiral's lapdogs scampering about me ship. You're just like your mistress, always sticking your nose where it ain't invited. No, it can't be. Heh. Recognized me pretty face, did ya? But you were caught, exiled. Forseer, are you hurt? Can you stand? So stay back. Stay away from me. Forseer, please, calm down. What are your orders? I've had enough of your whimpering, and I've certainly had enough of these bloody books. It's clear you ain't learning anything from 'em. I reckon it's time you got a different kind of lesson. And she screams and faints. Enough to preserve us. She's fainted. We must withdraw. Kiara, quickly. Back to the boat. We'll carry the Forseer. Aye, that's right. You slink back to your mistress, you worthless curs. Yeah, ha 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 ha. I'm just glad that that voice matched the type of individual that it was. I also noticed that I had there we go, that's all three of them, and I have Gem Shine, so I need Brilliance. Let's put Brilliance where Resurrection is. There we go. I could have put it where Fester was. Or Energy Drain. In the meantime, let's teleport back to the guild. Take care of the quest. It's good to see you well, Kiara. Guys, for instance, were ahead of your travels. An unfortunate turn of events, but considering the infamous blackguard you faced, you might have fared much worse. Have you heard of the pirate Dosmaga? He was exiled from Limsa some years ago, but it appears he's chosen to defy the Admiral's orders. And Once more, he dares lay hands on a force and on Forcier. The poor lass must have been terrified. If I had known Maga was aboard that ship, I never would have assigned her that duty. The assessor may require some time to recover. For her, that man is a nightmare made flesh. Though her physical wounds will soon mend, there is little we can do to salve the hurt to her mind. You are concerned, angry mayhap? Harness that energy and channel it into your training. I predict we shall be needing your skills again before long. Greetings, Kiara. In case such doubts fill your mind, you should know that I am ever willing to lend an ear if you find your thoughts troubled. At the very least, I would have you know that this, because it seems that she does not. The Forcier has been missing since this morning. There have been other times when she has disappeared without a word, but we have always been able to find her. Alas, that is not the case this day. Were the guildmaster here, he could deduce her whereabouts with nary a moment's concentration. I find myself beginning to wonder if those who devote themselves overmuch to arcana are more prone to bursts of wanderlust. But while I might wish to ponder further such oddities of character, we must need to organize a search party. Would you be so kind as to make inquiries at Hawker's Alley? It is not uncommon for her wanderings to take a path through the markets. You seek the agent? Oh, why, yes, I have seen her. I spoke with her, in fact. She was, however, apprehended by the Yellow Jackets. What? The assessor was drilling me for details about a Quarian smuggling ring based in Aleport. But then the soldiers arrived and took her away. If you wish to know her fate, then I suggest you speak with Grenade of the Coral Tower. There we go. And that just completes that quest. I did not accomplish anything there. Oh, okay, they are back in Limsa. Okay. Not too bad. There was a couple of issues. It seems that Xbox streaming has been deciding to not cooperate as much as it usually does. At first, it wouldn't start up and kept running into errors that way. And then, early on, while I was doing the Arcanist quests, it decided to suddenly stop like 15 minutes in. So I have to actually edit that video to the front of this one somehow. I will look up tutorials after I'm done streaming. Foreseer. Yes, the Foreseer? Yes, we brought her in for questioning regarding the reappearance of the pirate Dosmaga. A member of the Arcanist Guild, are you? And I see no reason to conceal the nature of our discourse. Perhaps you are already aware of this, but the Foreseer was once held captive by the old rabid sea dog. Few pirates sink to such depths of depravity as him. It has been 6 years now since he was exiled from Limsa Limosa for engaging in the worst kind of black market trading. And now the villain has returned. He is, however, both cunning and cautious, and continues to evade our troops. Thus we hoped to borrow the knowledge of the Foreseer, whose experience has given her an intimate familiarity with the way this scoundrel operates. At least that was our intent. After weathering a barrage of questions from the assessor, we found ourselves instead providing the details of our search. Should you wish to speak with the Foreseer, I imagine she has already returned safely to your guild. Okay, so Coral Tower was Marauder Base. Back already? We're led to believe she'd returned here. I am afraid not. So the Yellow Jackets told you something of her history with Dosmaga, did they? Perhaps it would be best if I told you the entire tale. Dosmaga's banishment was the result of a surprise inspection that revealed his involvement in an underground slave trade. The assessor that stepped aboard the pirate's merchant ship spoke of finding dozens of unwashed, unfortunates crammed into that squalid hold. Among these prisoners was a young Mikote, destined for some black market auction block. Although she was initially too terrified to even speak, the guildmaster brought her out of her fearful daze with the gift of an initiate's grimoire. Yes, the self-same tome that she has carried her entire career. Of course, did you not mention that her grimoire was thrown into the sea? There are rumors that a Kuvrin merchant of ill repute has retrieved the black market goods of the crew of the Morning Star heaved into the ocean. Even now he gloats over his salt-encrusted catch in Aleport. It's entirely possible that the Four Seers' most prized possession was caught up in the salvage net. I've no doubt now that that she has reached the same conclusion. To Aleport with you, Kiara. This is where you will find our wayward assessor. One moment. Had a bit of phlegm. That's all. Let's go and get ourselves some quests done. Yes, combat pattern 256 should serve to cover all expected contingencies. You never know when you have to nullify a thumb urge or two. My retrieval strategy is complete. Kiara, it is good of you to come. I was unable to calculate for certain if you would piece together my movements in time. Very little is certain when so many variables are involved. But there is good news. The prisoner here was kind enough to confirm that the trader who salvaged the Morning Star's jettisoned cargo did indeed retrieve a tome matching the description of my lost grimoire. Mosin law and the policies of Melvin's Gate would support the confiscation of goods connected to an official inspection. But alas, my personal belongings do not fall under that definition. Thus, I intend to launch an unofficial offensive against this black market here and his cronies. The peddler has already departed for Candlekeep. It is time I gathered to me such allies as I possess, and I count you as one of them, Kiara. Despite the nature of this endeavor, the acting guildmasters offered me her cooperation. If you would pray join her in Marcelin's embrace, that is where we shall begin, or shall ambush the disreputable Qin. Right, the ferry can take us to lower. Be specific, it'll take us to Costa del Sol, right? Morabit docks. Ah. There we go. Greetings, Kiara. Your arrival completes our small company. You are equipped for battle, I trust. We need not await her arrival. Once the Quarren appears on the bridge, we shall spring our ambush. The strategy for trapping the target relies on the two allies we have concealed on the other side of the ravine. This pincer maneuver was naturally the Foreseer's idea. As for the target himself, Quarren is known as a careful and cautious fellow. He travels with a small retinue so as to avoid attracting attention. But do not be fooled. More bodyguards follow at a distance and will likely join the fray after hostilities ensue. Do not, however, expect any assistance from the Yellow Jackets. They cannot be seen aiding us in what amounts to a personal matter. But they are willing to turn a blind eye for her sake. In any case, the Foreseer's tactics account for our limited numbers and individual strengths. Victory is all but assured. Now, let us take up our positions and await for the Quarren to arrive. proceed. We've obtained her grimoire. Duty complete. Well executed, everyone. We were able to retrieve my grimoire. Kiara, pray hand over the tome. It's ruined. My wonderful grimoire is ruined. The probability of repairing this degree of damage is 0%. Even the most brilliant strategies cannot undo such ravages of salt seawater. I've never felt so defeated. I believe it's time I return us home. Leave her be. But how can I? He is right. Aristothota. You must allow her time to process the loss. And you have other matters to which you must attend. Come, Kiara. It is time we return to the guild as well. You can hear me, right? Not also having issues with my headphones, am I? Okay. Alright. Not that way, this way. Not quite the victory we imagined, was it? The moment she beheld her grimoire, her soaked and tattered grimoire, you could see the light and hope in her eyes, or dye in her eyes. There is, however, something we can do. I will call on your aid soon, but in the meantime, you would be well served to deepen your knowledge of arcana. Have you come to ask about her condition? The Foreseer is unchanged. She walks about as if all the joy in life has been leached from her soul. I believe the only one who can help her now is the same person who broke her out of her shell the first time, our absent guildmaster. And, though I am leery of the coincidence, the man himself has at long last been spotted. Should you seek out his last known location, it is unlikely he will still be there. And even should you catch him, he may not deign to speak with you. Nevertheless, this may be our only chance. Pray travel to Memorune's trading post in Upper Lanoska and speak with anyone who might have seen the Guildmaster. Oh, and on another note, and one more thing. Though he prefers not to use it for some inexplicable reason, our leader's name is Krintia. Upper Ladoska. Evening, Myth. I was one that sent word to your guild about spotting your leader. It's a right rare sight to see him roaming about. He asked me the way to Thalalo, Thalaeos. Could be he was seeking to speak with the scholar who lives out there. Hello there. Why, yes, I did receive a visit from a gentleman identifying himself as the Arcanist Guild Master. An odd fellow, but obviously possessed of well-rounded education. As it so happens, he bid me pass on a message to anyone who came searching for him. Reunited, the three slips of parchment hold the problem to the solution. The Guildmaster reminded me that the slips of parchment are concealed among the bones of Thalaeos. I suppose you are expected to search for them. Okay, we got one of them. Parchment number 2. Further down than here. Okay, I see it. Let's grab this one first, though. Have you tracked down those 3 slips of parchment? Interesting. They actually exist. To be perfectly honest, I thought you had been sent on a wild dodo chase. Let's have a look at these, shall we? Well, penned in ancient elegian, no less. Fortunately for you, I have a passing familiarity with the script. Seek the box at full falls. Dance a jig for your wooden audience. Claim the secret from the opened heart. Most cryptic set of instructions, I must say. Do you intend to follow them? This guildmaster of yours certainly enjoys his games. Yes, this is an entirely new set of barding for our chocobo. We have paladin barding. Emote. Step dance. Lux rattles and thumps about as if something within seeks to be freed. It appears the lid has been loosened somewhat. You find a slip of parchment inside the box. If there are answers you would seek, then to the trading post you now go. Before the owner be not meek, with your 2 feet to provide a show. Okay. I can't even involve myself in that fate. So let's go ahead and just head back. Emote dance. Ah, now that was most entertaining. I must have something to amuse me during these little jaunts back to civilization, you understand? Based on my evaluation of your abilities, however, I calculated that you would arrive at this point somewhat earlier. You balked at the dancing, didn't you? Never expected you to be so shy. Another variable to add to your list of characteristics. I keep extensive mental notes on all the guild's members you see. As an arcanist, it was a simple matter to engineer events that I might meet you face to face. After all, strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation to the desired reality. And I do so enjoy seeing others dance in the palm of my hand, as it were. Here you have it. Think of this as payment for your performance. Though you might consider passing the tome to her. That is the reason you sought me out, was it not? Before you go, or before you give her the grimoire, however, I must insist that you dance for her. I will know if you don't. All this banal interaction has simply exhausted. It's time I return to my studies. You, on the other hand, should travel forthwith to the anchor yard in Limsa Lamosa. Be well, Kiara. We shall meet again. I am 100% certain of it. The anchor yard. Okay, there. Okay. is ordinarily a whirlwind of probabilities and feints and counterattacks, but now there's naught but silence. This is how it once used to be, and perhaps how it always will be from now on. Emote. Dance. Were you always one for dancing? I don't recall any such you have met with our guildmaster, haven't you? That would explain your odd behavior. He does so enjoy seeing people perform unexpected acts of frivolity. But what could have spurred our reticent guildmaster to speak with you in person? Here, new book. He gave you this grimoire to give to me? Uncanny. It's identical to the tome I received the first time we ever met our leader. You have my thanks, Kiara. The guildmaster is fond of games and mischief, and I understand the troublesome trials he likely put you through before deeming you worthy of his attention. This gift, however, his message to me is abundantly clear. I am to shape reality into the one I desire. And that means defeating Dosmaga. Gods, my mind is alive again with strategies. I must have time to think, pray, and inform the acting guildmaster of my return to duty. So now, back up all these steps, loop-de-loop-de-loop. Get to the Aetheryte Shard. Ethernet Shard. And to the Arcanist Guild. Kiara, she has recovered from her despondency? That is wonderful news. We have you to thank for it. It is unfortunate, however, that both her and her guildmaster are possessed of such impenetrable personalities. But at least in the case of the Foreseer, we have an inkling as to the nature of the cage that imprisons her. I continue to hope that her partnership with you shall gradually pry those bars apart. Return to your training, Kiara, and prepare yourself for the demanding tasks she is sure to formulate the days ahead. We're going to get more skills. Ruin 2. This is how we get Ruin 2. Okay. Oh, it just upgrades Ruin, so we won't even have to change anything. I've been expecting you, Kiara. As ever, her predictions prove accurate, almost down to the moment. And her mind is especially sharp with such a dangerous confrontation in the offing. Yellow Jackets have contacted us with word of Dosmaga. It appears his merchant vessel is presently anchored off the coast of Bloodshore. Once the pirate's business there is concluded, rumor has it that he intends to embark on an extended voyage to the east. It will be some time before he returns once more to Limsa Lamosa. If we pass up this opportunity, she will lose her chance to settle the score with Dosmaga, and we risk the Foreseer stumbling once more into the blackest melancholy. Simply getting close enough to Dosmaga will prove difficult. She has, however, already formulated a solution and has set her grand strategy into motion. Your first task in this undertaking is to travel to Costa del Sol and deliver this set of directions to a fisherman by the name of... More instructions will be forthcoming. Costa del Sol. What is it you want, lass? As you can see, I've me hands full with me fishing. Ah, thanks for that. I've been told to expect the area to take one of me herrings and deliver it to the cook. Going to cook a fish. Where is this plot going? He said, how might I help you? It's expecting its supper any moment now. For sharing? Why, he does enjoy a bite of broiled fish of an evening. This might even earn me a few extra coins for this week's wages. Well, you have earned yourself one of my homemade eel pies. I should tell you, though, your Arcanist colleague was quite insistent that you take the pie to the master rather than scoff it down yourself. And what brings you to my, and I use the term facetiously, humble abode, dear madam? Such a heavenly aroma. Are you perchance carrying pie about your you should research these that tickle my fancy before daring to intrude upon my most ponderous of ponderings. Speaking of ponderous, I was speaking of it, at least. I have a hefty purse of geld to persuade you to relinquish your claim on that pastry. One moment, if you will. I have been instructed by Maven's Gate assessor to hand over this message to whoever delivers an eel pie to Master Gijaro. Take the purse you receive from him and hand it over to the dancer Eldgeth as she prepares to return home. Okay. Yes, if you're looking for a dancer, then I would be the first to... I would first see your coin. I have 3 children to feed and no time to waste on idle chatter. Oh my, that is quite a purse. My precious darlings will eat like kings this week. And such a simple job as, well, I was told to expect you, you see. In return for the coin, I'm to give you these. The letter satchel is from your Mikote friend, and the parcel is from me. The last item you are delivered to Drogo, the warehouse foreman. I ain't got time for the likes of you. If I don't get me work squared away soon, the master'll have me head on a pike. You got something for me, you say? Aye, now ain't this... Perio... Makote last said someone would... It'd be bringing me a gift what I couldn't refuse and stick me with a pitchfork if she weren't telling the God's own truth. Here, you're supposed to have this bottle of wine. Take it to the Flying Shark and pour a cup for the sailors what are drinking there. That's what she told me to tell you, and he rode. I'd watch me back if I was you, though, lass. Them sailors are the meanest bunch of cutthroats I ever did see. If you want me to taste your wine, well, now I ain't one to pass up free grog. The Mincian treats. Now that's a bloody fine drop. If we ship this stuff to the east, we'll be selling bottles by the crate. You're coming with us back to the Morning Star. The captain will want to have a word with you. There's a good lass. And as for your And as for you, Miss Spencer, you stick close to old Eskert. It's them. So that's how she got on as well. Shh, we'll talk later. You're ready then. We'll be off as soon as the boat's loaded. Fine grog and a fine woman. The captain will be pleased with this haul. We do not say so. This was the most expedient method of gaining access to the ship. I'll take that saddle from you now. You may have it back after I take the items I need. What mischief are you two about? Also, excuse me. I was merely borrowing some clothes. You wouldn't want me to catch a chill from this brisk ocean air, would you? You'll be dancing yourself warm once we get to the ship, lass. You better slip off that ratty robe before you meet the captain. Of course, of course. I'd be happy to show him the performance that awaits. That Admiral's lapdog. Come back for that lesson, have ye? It is I who shall be teaching this day. My lecture will focus on the manipulation of reality through applied strategy. Enough of this damned yapping. By the time I'm done with you, you'll remember who the real master is. on, come on, come on. There we go. You rabid little cur. Our numbers matter not. It is strategy that will win this battle. Prepare yourself, Dosmaga. With your defeat, I will cast off the shackles you closed on my soul. You think so, eh? Think your fancy magics will earn a match for me, Blade? You've got another thing coming. And duty complete. Dosmaga now faces defeat. He will flee to the starboard rail. Obvious. Next comes his attempt to escape into the sea. You think you're pulling me strings, do you? Think I'll dance to your tune? Well, I ain't falling for your bloody tricks. At this moment, he notices the yellow jackets I had used summon in my explicit instructions to Razium. You were a fool to return, Dosmaga. I hear you're fond of shackles. So we brought a set especially for you. This concludes today's lecture. Thank you, Kiara. This strategy would not have succeeded without your flawless execution. Which suggests that my tactics yet require more work. One must allow for some small deviation in performance. I believe, however, that I now understand why my calculations went awry. It is not enough to wish to shape reality. One must also have a complete understanding of the reality one wishes to obtain. It is time I sought out our guildmaster. Pray convey to Mistress Thimbrand, the acting guildmaster, my fondest wishes and my appreciation for all she has done for me. The true test of my strategies now begins. Sorry about that. Okay, now welcome back, Kiara. There's much I would ask you, but first, may I have the satchel you received during your assignment? The original owner needs her costume back, you see. I'll make sure everything is returned safe and sound. Now, let us speak of the Foreseer. I'm glad to know that she has finally freed herself to pursue her heart's desire, and you're to thank for awakening the Foreseer to her self-imposed fetters. The brilliance of her strategies served to bind her own feelings, or to her own feelings, and it pained me to see her suffer so. Your example may even encourage her to improve her combat abilities, although such will surely come in time. After all, she intends to study under the Guildmaster's direct instruction. Imagine those two obsessive arcanists and their complexity of the complexity of the tactics they will develop. It may very well be that your actions in bringing them together will prove the catalyst that sparks a new era of innovation in the art of arcana. You too should look to improve to the improvement of your discipline if you are to keep pace with all that is certain to follow. To that end, I offer you a new technique, one I pray allows you to more readily drive back your foes on the battlefield. We get Ruin 2 and Ruin Mastery, an improved version of our basic attack. Soul of the Summoner, Summon Ifrit, Ruby Summoning Mastery. Greetings, Kiara. It is well you have come, for we have an intriguing matter to discuss. A request has come to our guild from the Sons of St. Connacht. Coinatch, an organization of some of the finest minds in Eorzea, and they have asked for you by name. It appears that the research the Sons are currently conducting would benefit from the assistance of an Arcanist, specifically one who has the tempering experience of defeating the primal Ifrit. Though I must admit some surprise as to how these schools know or these scholars know the extent of your heroic exploits, I suppose the source of their knowledge is of little relevance. If you would answer this request, then you will find contact a researcher by the name of at Apkulu Falls in the nation of Gridania. I do want to just check one thing before I go there. Yeah. No, no. Nope. Yeah, we're going to have to do it this way. $600 gil. Looks like he's over by the achievement person, so I can drop by and see if I got a lot of those. If I did, I could pick up another mount or something. I have 4. What do you have? Right. You are Kiara Frostborn, I assume. Well met, and thank you for coming. My name, as you have obviously surmised, is... I am a mentor, or a member of the Sons of Saint Quinat. Ours is a Shalian order that seeks the lost knowledge of the Olegian Empire. And in that regard, we have recently made a singularly important discovery at our dig site in Mordona. We salvaged from the ruins a set of ancient texts describing the existence of a sect of Elegian mages known as summoners. These are arcane practitioners who were said to have the ability to siphon the essence of the primals and manifest these stolen energies as an ally known as an Egi. Should we succeed in resurrecting such arts, then we might hold in our hands the power to bring this age of conflict to an end. There is, however, as there always must be, one monumental obstacle to realizing this reality. In order to manifest these obedient incarnations of the Beastman's savage deities, we must first defeat a primal and capture its etheric essence. Thus, the only one who can boast such a daunting achievement under her belt may even begin on the path to becoming a summoner. Do you understand now why I called upon you? If you wish to contribute to my research, then come to me in the west of Bagro Strike in the southern Thailand. There we shall conduct a ritual of summoning the Austeries of Flame. We're going to southern Thailand. That's all I needed to know. Alright, and later today I will hop in the queue to try and beat Titan on hard so that I can continue the story tomorrow. After this, I have to complete the Rogue story quest, which will, in turn, have completed not only all of Lamosca's combat classes and job quests, but will have completed everything from the poll. Greetings to you once more, Kiara. I had a feeling this unique opportunity would be nigh impossible for you to ignore. Let us proceed directly to the ritual, shall we? According to the records we recovered, the summoners of old would perform these rites in a land in which the naturally dominant element perfectly matched the aspect of the avatar they wish to call forth. Only in such a place might one successfully shift one's etheric balance in the desired direction. The element of fire is especially strong here in the Sagoi Desert. I can think of no land more fitting in which to summon an incarnation of the Lord of Inferno. But before we begin, I must insist that you accept this gem. It may appear of little worth, but within its faceted depths dwells the memories of long-deceased summoners. Now, you must focus. Visualize the ether flowing through you, a vibrant current of energy transforming into living fire. Hold this image in your mind, and the raging heart of your life force shall spawn an eggy writhed in flames. Be aware, however, that this nascent entity will appear before you unbound and hostile. It is your challenge to overpower the avatar and establish yourself as its master. The path of the summoner is not, if not fraught with peril. And duty complete. We have unlocked the summoner. Most impressive, Kiara. That fireborn Eggy has submitted to your will. You have mastered the austerities of flame, and that is no small feat. Pray, let us return to the falls, that we might further discuss your achievement. You're making me travel between these so much. Okay. It's truly a monumentous occasion. You have rescued the lost art of summoning from the grasping mire of forgotten history. But you must know more than the avatar you have bound. In the ancient tongues of the Elegian Empire, it would be known as Ifrit Egi, where Egi translate approximately to pure or the essence of. In short, you have tamed a willful manifestation of Ifrit's raging flames. As you might expect from an entity born of the Lord of the Inferno, this avatar is capable of, and its capacity for destruction should serve you well in your battles to come. With such an ally at your command, it is not too soon to take upon yourself the title of Summoner. You have proven yourself more than worthy of the soul crystal you now possess. Yet, be that as it may, the road before you is long and arduous. If you would triumph in this age of conflict, you must needs master more than just the Eggy of fire. I suggest you next fix your gaze upon claiming a servant of unyielding stone. You once seized victory against the primal titan, did you not? Though I admit I am eager to progress directly to the austerities of earth, we must be careful not to overtax your reserves of strength. Rest well and spend some time to grow accustomed to your newfound abilities. Once you feel prepared to continue with our historic research, you will find me here awaiting your arrival with barely constrained impatience. Supposed to have unlocked Scholar as well. What's with that? Trance stage has been extended. Trance gauge indicates the time remaining for the effect of ether charge. Extending this action also grants Ruby Arcanum, Topaz Arcanum, and Emerald Arcanum, which are used to summon those ones respectively. Each summon, when called forth, will tap into its respective Arcanum and to use stacks of elemental attunement to indicate a trance gauge. Doom Shine and Precious Brilliance. Summon Titan and Topaz Mastery. Titan's essence infuses your aura, Kiara. I foresee no further obstacles preventing us from attempting the next ritual. Shall we proceed to the with the austerities of Earth? I have every confidence that you will succeed in binding Titan to your will. According to my research, the most suitable location for the ritual is a place found to the southwest of Alder Springs in the North Shroud. Here buried lair of ancient rock exposed by the violent upheaval of the calamity has lent the surrounding area an overwhelming earth aspect. The conditions will be perfect. I will await you at our destination, Kiara. North Shroud. imagine clay golems are both ones that I can hunt. Okay, one more clay golem. Maybe after the quest. Who knows? There might not be any more around here. Wait, there's one. Nope. The ritual you are about to perform is essentially no different from the austerities of flame. Instead of fire, however, you will be concentrating on shifting your etheric balance towards the spectrum of earth. Once you have achieved the required state of earth and affinity, the primal's captured essence will tumble forth and coalesce into the stony form of Titan Eggy. As before, you must demonstrate unflinching authority if you would convince the newborn avatar of to heed your commands. Let us begin. And here we go. Titan obtained. Oh, well done, Kiara. I come here in search of Elegian relics, and what do I find but a pair of incompetent dabblers? By what jest of fate did you chance to cross such undeserved power? And who might you be, sir, to so boldly question our accomplishments? If you have indeed unlocked the secrets of summoning, then you must be in possession of the very treasure I seek. How terribly convenient. I only need to slay you both and take what I need from your bloody corpses. Gods below. A summoner? But how? Cease your infantile prattle. The continuation of my divine work far outweighs the worth of your pitiful lives. After this battle, buddy. Why do you struggle so? Your unwillingness to accept oblivion but delays the inevitable. Give me, Avatar of the Inferno. Flame incinerates these Infernal Flame. Incinerate these fools in all-consuming hellfire. What? Feel nature's fury, you vile blackguard. I tire of this childish game. Thank your gods for granting you another day of miserable existence. He's gone. What a decidedly unpleasant fellow. We've now learned how to summon Titan. And I found someone I really despise. Well, I suggest we return to the falls. I have no desire to linger here and chance another encounter with whoever that ranged mage was. And off we go. In the meantime, I need to let my dog outside. Today is a longer stream because of doing job quests. And I'll go ahead and take that time to take a quick bio break. I will be right back. Okay, I am back, and I am glad to see that nothing has gone wrong at all with my stream. Going to head back to Old Redania. There we go. Let's just walk there, I guess. Honestly, there wouldn't be much of a difference if we walked or if we teleported at that point. My dog is outside. He's just laying down out there, though, in the sun, for whatever reason. I must say, I did not expect to meet another practitioner of the summoning arts. And I also did not expect to be suddenly fighting for my life. What precious treasure do we carry that this callous stranger was so willing to kill us to possess it? Such mysteries aside, I am most glad we were able to secure Titan Eggy before the summoner decided to unleash his fiery avatar. Without its protection, I doubt we would have survived the conflagration. Eggy of Earth was also, as was so aptly demonstrated, is not a force to be trifled with. You should certainly take the time to explore its capabilities as well as its limitations. Be careful, however, not to neglect other magics at your disposal. Meanwhile, I shall confer with my colleagues in the Sons of St. Quinach, and see what I might learn of that hostile summoner. We shall meet anon. Pain Flare. How fare you with your training, Kiara? For my part, I've had some success in uncovering the identity of our mysterious attacker. We knew that our assailant was capable of summoning Ifrit Eggy, so I perused the records of past expeditions for those who claimed to have triumphed over the Lord of the Inferno. Of these victorious primal hunters, there were 8 names listed as present whereabouts unknown. After eliminating unlikely candidates based on race and gender, I was left with but a single name: Tristan. Assuming the records are accurate, this human was once registered as a soldier in the Immortal Flames. As for how the man came by his skills as a summoner, or why he sought to kill us, however, I remain woefully ignorant. Words are weird. Nevertheless, I have witnessed him use the art of summoning for casual brutality, and that I cannot countenance. Countenance? This power should never be employed for the sake of tyranny or personal gain. It was meant to oppose such evils. It is our responsibility to bring this Tristan to justice. Should we stand idle, his reprehensible actions could very well stain the good name of future summoners who have yet to answer their calling. The art itself could be outlawed, the very mention of it taboo. Through my inquiries, I was able to determine that a war comrade from Tristan's days in the military resides in Little Alamigo. I ask that you pay a visit to this former soldier and learn what he knows of our callous villain. That's the guy. I'm going to try and call my dog inside. So I will be right back. And I'm back. Well, it seems like Tristan wasn't telling tales after all. Or tall tales. He said I could expect some primal adult sod to show up and start asking questions. Why don't you stay here and play with some friends of mine? I have a message to deliver. She's all yours, laddies. Well, that did not go as intended. Okay, we have problem. We're set upon. The fiend is one step ahead of us. I'd wager 10 years of dig site findings that Tristan's wanted or warned his old allies long before you set foot in that settlement. They thought you one of the tempered, a mortal enthralled to a primal's will. In addition to being ruthless, it appears that our opponent is highly intelligent and not quite as deranged as I first assumed. Such a level of planning hints at the existence of some greater scheme, but that is still all we know. For the moment, we must be content with the knowledge that he perceives us as a threat and is aware of our efforts to track him. Speaking of which, you did exceedingly well to survive the trap into which I blithely sent you. I must apologize for my carelessness. I will not underestimate this man again. On a happier note, however, my efforts to decipher the Allergene text proceed apace. Here, you must read this. With your skills already tried and tested against the Eggy, you should have little difficulty in mastering the secondary summoning technique. A secondary, such as this. Let us put this day's disaster behind us and focus on the wonders that lie ahead. Pain Flare. Let's go ahead and set that in place. Okay, time to begin. Greetings, Kiara. Though it is good to see you, I am afraid I have yet to ascertain Tristan's ultimate objective. I only know that he is cunning and brutal, and will stop at nothing to achieve his purpose. As matters stand, we but chase after the man's shadow. Such a straightforward pursuit will, I believe, leave us ever one step behind him. Our sole advantage is the treasure we possess that Tristan appears to covet. Eventually, his desire will bring him to us. Where and when Tristan will strike, I cannot say, but it is unlikely to be on a field of our choosing. Thus, I suggest we prepare for the inevitable conflict as best we may. As fortune would have it, the ruins of Mordoma may have provided us with a new source of strength. Word among the Suns is that a set of evokers' attire has been unearthed. Made during the reign of the Allegan Empire, these enchanted garments were sewn for the exclusive use of summoners. I can only imagine the degree to which they will enhance your already impressive powers. The man supervising the excavation efforts at St. Connex find Ramaberos is a dear friend of mine. In light of our circumstances, I am certain he will consent to a request that you be allowed to don the attire. Shall we pay him a visit? Ah, I suspected you would make an appearance before long, and I presume this fine lady is the new summoner I've heard so much about. Yes, hopefully the first of many. Now, pray tell me, Ramaberos, has the discovery of a Legion-made evoker's attire been confirmed? It has. Truly an historical find. Then I would ask a boon of you, my friend. You recall the predicament of which I spoke? Our chances of survival would be greatly improved if you would consider allowing Kiara to wear the Allegian garments. Well, she is a summoner after all, and I must confess no small degree of scholarly curiosity as to the effect the attire would have on one with the appropriate training. These finds, however, the result of much sweat and even a few tears on the part of our excavation team. It's a frustrating task at times, and I fear they will be loath to part with the garments without some measure of recompense for their efforts. Allow me, though, to offer a solution. Metallic monstrosities of Allegian construction, known as Mirror Knights, have risen from the dig sites scattered across Mordona. Needless to say, they pose a dangerous threat to our excavators. I suggest you speak with my 3 field researchers and dispose of any such nasty hindrances to their work. I dare say they will then gladly surrender the pieces of the attire they hold. Once I have confirmed our dig site suitably empty of armored horrors, I will see rewarded with the garment that I myself recovered from the ruins. So they have 4 of 5 pieces, as is usually the case. A mirror knight lurks just over yonder. I can think straight with that thing wandering about. Oh gods, it approaches! Phew, you have my thanks. Now I might finally be able to concentrate on my tasks. If I'm not mistaken, you were in search of the evoker's attire. I have one of its wondrous pieces right here. You're most welcome to it. I'm also going to go to companion actions. You're going to go into defender stance. Can't do it when you... wait. There we go. Praise the gods. Rembros said that an adventurer would be along. Please, you must destroy that horrid construction. Thank you for eliminating the source of my recent nightmares. I don't ordinarily stutter, so you see. But abject terror has that effect on folk. And now, I heard from them from her, that you need this elegant garment. I should be glad to see it put to practical use rather than shut away in some dusty vault. Mirror Knights? Yes, they have become quite bothersome. I'd be most appreciative if you could were you to eliminate the creaking pest that has been plaguing me of late. Fascinating. I never thought I would be fortunate enough to observe a conflict against an Elegian construct at such close quarters. This has been deeply enriching experience. If the price is to be my piece of the evoker's attire, then so be it. Ah, the champion of my researchers returns. With the ruins now free of mirror knights, the excavations can proceed at a far more satisfying pace. Trembling in fear for one's life makes it astonishingly difficult to handle ancient artifacts that have a tendency to crumble into dust. You have performed a valuable duty for us, Kiara. As promised, you shall have the summoner's garment under my own hand, uncovered by my own hand, as your reward. Oh yes, she mentioned she would await you at Applica Falls. It seems there was no doubt in her mind that you would succeed here. After this, there will be the Rogue One, but tomorrow, hopefully, will not be for that. Hopefully it will, in fact, be for the main storyline. So, this is how the summoners of old were clad. Well, more or less. It is unfortunate that the ruins have yet to surrender the final piece to the suns. These garments, aside from the coloring, they are identical to the garb Tristan wore. You will find no edge against you through his equipment. When next you face that murderous cad, victory will be decided purely on who is a more talented summoner. Blah. To that end, it is time you drew upon your experience of defeating the primal Garuda. Yes, her aura of fickle violence is palpable on you. It is daunting to imagine an Eggy born of the Lady of the Vortex. Such unpredictable ferocity should serve you well. I will search for a suitably airy location in which to reform the austerities of wind. You, my dear summoner, must needs prepare yourself, both body and mind, for the trials ahead. I shall be waiting. Garuda. I sense Garuda's restless energy railing within the confines of your etheric channels. It is time we granted it release with the austerities of wind. Thankfully, I have already made a mind, or have in mind, a location that well suits our elemental purposes. You are familiar with the floating city of Nim in Outer Lenoska. As you might imagine, the aspect of wind is entirely dominant in that area of those suspended isles. Pray make your way there as soon as you feel prepared. I am quite excited to see this new Eggie. Oh. Wait. There is something over at the Arcanist Guild. Kiara, have you any interest in history? If so, I would share with you an opportunity to study the ways of the ancients. A curiously refined and well-read marauder visited the guild the other day in hopes that he might meet with an arcanist of exceptional skill. But he claims that the assistance of one such individual would be invaluable for the success of his archaeological research. I say claims because despite his eloquence, the thought of a marauder with academic ambitions still strikes me as odd. You are, of course, free to formulate your own opinions. His name is Alka Zolka, and he can be found at the Marauders Guild, should curiosity overwhelm you. This is going to be its own entire quest line. And I'm going to pick up the thing, but thank you for setting aside your preconceptions, Kiara. I am acutely aware of how unusual it is for a marauder to conduct research, as it were. However, you shall soon understand that I am not at all like my more muscular brethren. Rather than rush blindly into the enemy's maw, I formulate and execute stratagems to great effect. My archaeological pursuits are but an extension of this practice, for at present I am researching the military tactics of ancient Nim. It would not surprise me if you were unfamiliar with Nim. The civilization flourished some 15-odd centuries ago, during the Fifth Astral Era. The Nimians lived during an age of wonders when the magical arts flourished. But magic can be wielded for weal or for woe. And this period of peace eventually gave way to the Great War of the Magi. The nations of that bygone era brought earth-shattering magics to bear against one another. Yet Nim, with only a handful of mages to support its army of mariners, repulsed would-be invaders time and time again. Precisely how a military force of this composition could defy its stronger neighbors is a mystery which has long puzzled military historians. By translating Nimian tablets, which I have recently purchased, I mean to solve the riddle at long last. As my knowledge of arcana is cursory at best, I require an experienced arcanist to assist me with my analysis of any text pertaining to the magical arts. Will you be that arcanist, Kiara? There is, however, a complication. The Nimian tablets and other assorted relics, for which I paid an exceedingly large amount of money, were stolen en route to Limsa Lamosa. The information inscribed upon those tablets could be of untold significance. I will not allow thieves to sell it to some rich old Dawn collector for a pittance. Pray, accompany me to Raincatcher Gully docks and help me reclaim my relics. I have a strong reason to believe the perpetrators can be found there. There we go. Then we'll take Summoner, and we will go and take care of this quest first. Because apparently there are 2 entire quest lines. Oh boy. Okay. Shall we begin? I assume that, as this is your 3rd such experience, you have by now grown familiar with the steps of the ritual. As before, I would have you concentrate on shifting your etheric balance. Imagine the energy within you howling through your veins, an incessant gale of screeching wrath. Garuda's essence will be only too eager to harness those raging currents and shape them into a worldly avatar. Once Garuda Egi has appeared, it falls to you to tame its fury. We are almost there, the end of the Summoner quests, and then on to the Scholar quests. Oh, I do not have Carbuncle summoned. Come on. Heal you. If you go down, we fail. You think I don't know that? There we go. Are we about to get interrupted? Massively done, Kiara. Garuda Eggi's power is now yours to wield. Your aptitude for the art of summoning has exceeded my highest expectations. I honestly could not have found a more valuable partner for my research. Let us return to Apkalu Falls. I'm sure you must be exhausted after this ordeal. I will take care of those later. Ifrit, Titan, and now Garuda. All now bow to my will. Doesn't that make me the Omega weapon? Think about that. Summoner is the Omega weapon. It used to be powerful, though. With the addition of Garuda Egi, you now command 3 primal avatars. As you have no doubt realized, however, each of those entities has a particular role in which it excels. For Garuda Egi, that role is unleashing magic to strike down distant foes. I must admit, I'm feeling equal parts joy and apprehension at how faithfully the summoned beings displayed the original primal's volatile disposition. Or being displays, okay. Experiment with your Eggy allies and the most efficient use of their individual abilities will soon become clear. With such mastery of the art at your disposal, I shall almost pity Tristan when he next chooses to confront you. Before the time comes, however, endeavor to pierce the mystery of his motivations. May your discoveries bring you new confidence, Kiara. Kiara, there's been a terrible incident. My poor colleagues at St. Conscious find murdered. The reports are confused, but they all mention the same black-robed attacker. You know as well as I do that Tristan is behind this massacre. He has indeed grown bold, or desperate, to commit such a brazen act. We should set off to Mordona at once and speak with any survivors. It may be that we can glean some idea of what these cold-hearted monsters were after, or where he might strike next. We must stop him, Kiara. Yes, I'm absolutely certain. It was the same dark summoner whom you described to us. We were celebrating a recent find, the soul crystal of Lenlegian summoner, when a man in black robes suddenly appeared and demanded we surrender the gem. Naturally, we objected to his arrogant imposition, but he simply sneered at our refusal. The next moment the world exploded into flame. Through a haze of agony, I saw him snatching up the soul crystal from a smoldering body and strode off towards the singing shards. That bastard slaughtered my friends. There was no warning. No negotiation. If the gods grant you a chance to exact vengeance, then I pray you show him the same mercy he afforded us. Are you okay, though? Another soul crystal. Yes, it makes sense that he would shift his attention to a more easily obtainable gem. After all your progress, you would now make for a most formidable opponent. I must apologize for not sharing my theory earlier. I suspected Tristan might desire the soul crystal you carry, but did not draw any premature conclusions without sufficient evidence. I'm at a loss, however, to explain why he seeks to collect more of these Elegian relics. We shall just have to ask the villain himself after we corner him in the singing shards. Let us be on our way. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. It's because I was mounted. Proceed. I've brought you the soul crystals, as promised. Ascian? Yes, these appear to be authentic Elegian artifacts. Very well. I shall honor our bargain. From within these gems I will draw forth the memories of the ancient summoners and the slumbering essence of an elder primal. All the attendant knowledge and power shall be yours. Oh gods, the pain. The burgeoning, bumbling summoner and her incompetent lackey make an appearance at last. You think to capture me? Fools. I have orchestrated your every move. You have grown much in the art, it is true. But through the wisdom of the Paragons, I now command the power of an Elder Primal. Me to deal with the Paragons? And you call us fools? Ascians will never relinquish their hold on you. A small price to pay. If you could but feel the strength that fills my entire being, it is indescribable. I will use this power to annihilate the beast tribes and put an end to their insufferable rituals once and for all. The primals will rise no more. Hear me, demon king of devouring flame. Feed on my ever-burning anguish and be reborn. The culmination of my sacred duty is at hand. But first, there is one more soul crystal that must be mine. I will tolerate its wasted potential no longer. Okay, I managed to do it the first time around. By all the memories of the summoner's past, I should have been unstoppable. I will sear the disease of beastmen from the face of the land. Deprived of worshippers, the primals that tempered my weak-willed sibling will wither into oblivion. I see. So my warder's records were accurate. Though it was buried deep in the archives, I but recently uncovered a report that describes how you slew your own brother. He was corrupted during your ill-fated encounter with the Ifrit, was he not? I imagine your superiors in the Immortal Flames thought it a mercy to conceal that inglorious detail. Once the soft-hearted fool had been tempered, there was no saving him, and thus I took it upon myself to expunge the stain of embarrassment. But my work is left undone. All primals must suffer for that insult. After I killed my brother, I found myself liberated, my vision clear. No deed was too vile if it promised to add to the power I required. How can you not see? I am the sword of vengeance, and I shall wrest that soul crystal from your blasted corpse. I wonder which struck the first blow to his sanity, the despair at his brother's tempering, or the guilt from slaying his own kin. It is ironic to think that, discounting the means, our purposes were fundamentally one and the same. A summoner employs the savagery of the primals to conquer the primals themselves. Had Tristan approached us as an ally, we might have found ourselves aiding his cause. Alas, he chose to walk the path of bloodshed. Each vicious act must have pushed the man deeper into madness, until eventually the lust for power and vengeance was all that drove him. The might of the primals carries with it a burden of responsibility and a measure of danger. I hope never to see you corrupted by the potent energies you wield, Kiara. It's time to return to the Falls. The Dark Summoners no more. This is definitely going to be a longer stream. Oh, how I would love to declare our troubles at an end, but I fear the Ascian with whom Tristan made his bargain is yet afoot. So-called paragons prey upon men and women who are at their weakest, speaking honeyed words and leading them down the road to destruction. In this manner they seek to plunge the realm of Eorzea into chaos. It is reassuring to know that heroes like you exist to foil their never-ending schemes and foul plots. An outright war against the Ascians looms closer by the day. Thus, I would have you armor yourselves with this last piece of the Evoker's attire. It was discovered at the same dig site whence Tristan seized the soul crystal. And the St. Coinarchs find researchers grateful for your actions in bringing the murderous summoner to justice, insisted that you complete your set. One can never be over-prepared when heading into battle against the Paragon. Wear it proudly, Kiara. Speaking of preparations, were you aware of the deeper layer of power hidden within your avatars? A technique exists that allows you to tap into the full potential of your Eggy. You must have seen Tristan employing this ability during the final battle with the Dark Summoner. You would have heard a whisper emanating from the Soul Crystal. Still in your mind now, Kiara, and you will hear the voice of the ancient summoners instructing you in their greatest achievement. The true power of the Eggy will be yours. This concludes the Summoner Quest for Realm Reborn. And here we have the Summoner. But this is not all. As we go back to the Arcanist. And return to Limsa Lamosa. We now are going to set off on the Scholar quests. Okay. We can transport to... Wait. No? No. We can go to Costa del Sol, though. Okay, we are at Costa del Sol. Now we hop on our Chocobo this time. And head all the way out this way. As I suspected, they are not more than a broken men who have seized the docks and taken to robbing every passing ship. Come, let us put an end to their banditry and take back what is ours. You see any of those? No? Excellent. I found the tablet. Yes, yes! This is it. Treatises on Nemean military tactics. Just as I had hoped. Hello there. Oh. Mayhap the tablet can explain this. Oh, scholars, familiars, fairies. The sunlight of Eos doth soothe and shield. The moonlight of Selene doth silence and strengthen. Kiara. By the 12, if you have any idea what this means, we've rediscovered the long-lost magical arts of Nemean soul colors. Fairies! Honest to God's fairies! Well, now I have seen everything. Anyway, I shall return to the guild and begin translating the tablet. Cannot wait to see what other secrets it contains. Alright, we have unlocked the second part of the Arcanist path. The branching class goes to both, and both levels are the same. Excellent timing, Kiara. I have just finished transcribing the section which will doubtless be of your interest to you. According to the tablet, the crystal from which the fairy sprung forth is called the Soul of the Scholar, and contains the wisdom of those long-dead Nemean mages. With it, you can call upon the fairy, as you did before, and bind her to your will. As I said before, I have little knowledge of the arcana, or of arcana, so unless you have some objection, I would like to entrust the crystal to you. Oh, and you needn't recompense me. Simply knowing that the lost arts are being preserved is enough. I shall devote my energies to deciphering the remaining text. Should I discover anything new, I promise that you will be the first to know. You can cast glamours on your fairy familiar. Ether flow. Because this is a healer now, we can now apply these very powerful robes. Oh. This has bio. Bio, ruin, pose, Suna, lucid dreaming, resurrection, Fey illumination, ruin 2. Actions and traits. We have resurrection, we have bio, and physic. Summon Eos. We're going to put in here. Art of War. Repose is a sleep spell. Alright, so instead of the sleep spell, we're going to put physic over there. Which means we can put something else in here. When it comes around. This will give us a new ability. Source own HP and HP of all nearby party members. Okay. Except... Kiara, I was hoping you might come along. Deciphering these treatises has proven more difficult than I had anticipated. But I have nevertheless made progress. It contains a wealth of military knowledge, much of which details the role of scholars in Nemean units. Apparently, a single scholar could provide effective support for an entire party of marauders. They would employ their magics to heal the wounds and enhance the abilities of their allies. Moreover, they often served in leadership roles as they were highly trained tacticians. But how swiftly the remembrance of all things is buried in the gulf of eternity. Treatises indicates that Nemean scholars wielded a far more diverse repertoire of spells than you currently possess. Precisely why you lack these spells I cannot say. However, the fault may lie with your fairy, or one could surmise that the knowledge contained in the soul crystal of the scholar is essentially perfect. Therefore, if you cannot remember the ancient magics, it would suggest that... a thought occurs to me. If it is indeed the case that the fairy, having been sealed for 1500 years, has yet to fully regain her senses, mayhap visiting a familiar location would hasten the process. I can think of no more familiar place than the city of Nim. Rather, what remains of it in Outer Lenoska. And so we head off. Actions and traits, general. Here we go. Fairy is remembering. Alright, and one more. I can see it from here. I'm going to just take a moment to point out that I have 3 things following me. Okay. Ethernet. Marauders Guild. Welcome back, Kiara. I gather the experiment met with success? Then this strongly suggests that each fairy is a distinct individual with her own thoughts, feelings, and memories. Well, I must redouble my efforts to translate the remaining text. At this rate, your discoveries threaten to overshadow mine. Not to bemoan your accomplishments, but I have yet to decipher any equally amazing stratagems. Soon enough, though. Soon enough. Actions and trades. Actions. We have Sucker. Apply it here. How curious that you always come at the most opportune time, Kiara. 'Tis divine providence, almost. Doubly so since we have both been blessed with a chance to refine our respective arts. You see, in your absence, I've been studying a section of the Nomian treatise detailing marauder fighting techniques. The fundamentals do not differ much from modern method, but there is a slight variation in the footwork and grip, as well as the distinction between various ranges. And the attacks best employed when... forgive me, I lost sight of the more pertinent point. Indian scholars and marauders fought side by side, yes? Well, now you and I have an opportunity to do the same. A Tonberry has been spotted in Bronze Lake, and the Marauders Guild has been asked to dispatch it. Since Tonberries wield or dwell within the Wanderer's Palace, an ancient Nemean temple recently discovered in the wake of the calamity, there's a strong possibility that the creatures have resided there since before the fall of Nim. Do you follow my reasoning, Kiara? These malevolent creatures may have overrun the temple and claimed it for their own at the height of Nemean civilization. They may have posed a major threat to the ancient people, even. And so, then, surely facing one in battle will rekindle the memories of your fairy. Even if I am mistaken, the Tonberry pose a threat to the locals. Moreover, I would very much like to put my newly learned Nemean techniques to the test. Shall we rendezvous outside the Wanderer's Palace? Yes? Alright, here we go! Consequences of anger, a Tonberry. What could possibly go wrong against a little green lantern-wielding creep? Well met, Kiara. I had only just arrived myself. 'Twas in this vicinity that the Tonberry was last sighted. With luck, it will not have gone far. That's a Tonberry in a scholar's outfit. Look, atop the stairs. My son, my dearest son, at long last The rancor, it rises, it rises! It comes. Biotubes. What are you doing? Move, damn you! My... Confound it all. The encounter with the Tonberry has rekindled the fairy's memories. Ah, what happened, Kiara? I thought you could control her. I apologize. Now you've only just begun to work with the fairy. Some disobedience is to be expected. Ex-Master Riorzen will be disappointed, but there is naught we can do. The Tonberry is long gone. Let us return to Limsa Limosa. Kiara, permit me to apologize a second time. Earlier, I was flustered, and not myself. In the aftermath of the Tonberry's escape, I completely overlooked our accomplishments. We confirmed the viability of Nemesian tactics, and proved that a scholar and marauder working in tandem is a force to be reckoned with. Would you not say so? Or not say? And correct me if I'm mistaken, but your fairy regained some of her memories, yes? With that in mind, I feel comfortable claiming that this was a worthwhile endeavor. However, do try to gain greater mastery over your minion, Kiara. I would hate to repeat a repeat of that incident. The level 45 quest! Good to see you, Kiara. I have made yet another discovery, which pertains to you and your scholarly arts. I have come into possession of several ancient engravings, including some which show the traditional raiments of Nemean scholars. In fact, the extraordinary detail of these illustrations, coupled with information gleaned from other sources, was sufficient to deduce their design. At present, it is impossible to say how historically accurate my designs are. That is why I propose we enlist the aid of Eorzea's preeminent artisans so that we might recreate these garments. Should they prove sufficiently authentic, I suspect your fairy will regain more of her missing memories. In the hands of a preeminent weaver, say the master of sun silk tapestries, this information should prove sufficient. But you cannot journey to Ul'dah until you have gathered the leaves of a direwort. My text explicitly mentioned that the plant's pigments were used to dye Nemean uniforms. Alas, direwort is much rarer than it was in the days of yore. It can only be found in the fog fern now. Fog ferns. Fogfins? Unless you think I mean to make you do all the work, worry not. While you secure or scour Mordona for the plant, I will contact Master Rose and convince him to help. Though I doubt it will will require much effort. Here we go. We're going to take the long-ish way with this because I want to save some money at least. Okay, we are now at Ul'dah. We're going to go down here and hop on the Aetheryte to send us to the next portion of this. The Weaver's Guild. I suppose you do have a rather scholarly air about you. I have been expecting you, Kiara. Have you the leaves of... and all Zolka's designs, then? Crafting raiments that have not been seen in 1,500 years. This is indeed a daunting challenge. But it is one I suspect I will enjoy a great deal. For rare is the day a weaver revives ancient fashion. Let us begin at once. You may observe if you like, but be aware that it will be a lengthy process. It has been some time since I labored with such intensity. I adhered to Alcazola's design as best I could, though there were certain aspects that I felt compelled to change. His lack of any familiarity with textiles and weaving led to what I could only assume are errors. You will note that I could only complete the culottes. This is because the other garments require skills which I do not possess. Mistress Serendipity and Jiva at the Goldsmiths and Leatherworkers Guild, respectively, can provide the finishing touches to the remaining pieces. But you were unaware that I could not craft the full set by myself, weren't you? Very well. I shall send word to both of them on your behalf, Kiara. You will need only visit each guild and present to them my unfinished work. Thing is, my current gear is far better for a healer than the upgrade version. The fact that the Goldsmiths is right here in Ul'dah is a benefit to this. Hello, time to revive ancient fashion. Greetings, Kiara. Red said you'd be along shortly, so let's see that mortarboard. This shouldn't take long. Wait here a moment. Here it is, as promised. Amazing what a difference in mithril tassel can make, isn't it? Or what difference a mithril tassel can make, isn't it? Wear it with pride, Kiara. Now, off you go, and be sure to enjoy your time in Gridania. And now the Leatherworkers Guild. Kiara, the woman who would single-handedly revive the scholarly arts. All right then, show me what you've got. Master Rose's work is marvelous, as is to be expected. This will be a pleasure. Here we go. One pair of fingerless buffalo leather gloves, perfect for the scholar who prefers her protection does not come at the cost to dexterity. Oh, the boots? Belly will see to those. He's an expert cordswain. So you don't need to worry about the quality. Besides, I've already spoiled you by making your gloves for free. Ah, you're the scholar. Yes? I've been instructed to assist you. If it would please you, let me see Master Rose's work. The craftsmanship is amazing! I cannot wait to get started. Here you are, madam. Made with the finest boar and buffalo leather. In accordance with Alcazolca's designs, which are very impressive, I must say. You must dying to see the completed set. I know I would be. Had I gone to such great lengths. You ought to surprise him by wearing the garment when you next meet him. As you can see, we do actually have to equip them. That is not escapable. At the same time, we're going to go to Hawker's Alley first and sell the various tomes and such that we don't need. Okay. With that, we regained quite a bit of money from what we had to spend. Now, to the Marauders Guild. As you can see, they are not preferable. However, we will put them on. By the gods! I feel as though I've been transported backwards through time. No, I still have my thing on. You're the very image of Endymion scholars of Eld. Well, minus the gown, but still, never in my wildest dreams did I think I would turn out this well. I see you approve as well, little one. Suffice it to say, we can consider this a great success. Oh yes, I forgot to mention that while I was awaiting your return, I made considerable progress with the deciphering of my Nemean tablets. Much of what I've learned until now has pertained to the roles of scholars within the military. However, these latest texts offer insight into a scholar's activities during times of peace. As you can imagine, they were not the sort to let their restorative magics go to waste. One particularly stirring account describes their selfless efforts to combat the spread of a virulent plague which at one point threatened to engulf all of Nim. Naturally, they did so with the aid of their fairies, which is why I believe that similar acts of charity may serve to awaken your winged companion. If you are of a mind to test my theory, why not journey to Camp Bronze Lake? You will find no shortage of the sick and wounded there. Maluska for the names, would doubtless welcome your service there, were you to offer them. He presides over the Warm Wine Sanatorium, so be sure to have a word with him if you decide to go. Oh, my pet heals me? That is fascinating. And good to know. Hello, and welcome to Bronze Lake. If you desire treatment, you wish to administer treatment? Are you even qualified to... Wait. You must be Kiara, the scholar. We are happy to accept any assistance you can provide. I am told you possess magics which can cleanse the body of toxins, impurities, and maladies. At the present, we have 5 patients visiting the springs who would benefit from this care. Pray, attend to those individuals and return to me when finished. My lungs, I can breathe again. Bless you, miss, bless you. Yeah, get the wine taken away. I think I need to be closer. Maybe I accidentally pressed psychic or physic instead of Asuna. Can't sleep. Mama will eat me. Can't sleep. Will eat me. Oh, it didn't have her selected. You set me free. I no longer feel his eyes upon me. That was worrying. There is the last one. What's wrong with me? My wounds have closed, but I still feel so weak. Huh? What did you do? You took something from me. Something bad. I don't know what you did, but I'm glad you did it. Thank you. Okay, let's go talk to the person. Because that included some odd situations. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. What you did for those patients was nothing short of miraculous. The commanding officers will be pleased to hear that they can return to active duty. You and Alcazolka have my deepest thanks, Kiara. Ah, Kiara. Rukus tells me that your potent magics exceeded all expectation. Had a good time, did you? I thought you might. It warms my heart to see the two of you making such great strides. And it reminds me that I must work harder to see that I am not left behind. For the nonce, I will resume deciphering the Nemean tablets, though they have yielded an immeasurable quantity of information on the scholarly arts. I remain confident that they contain an equally impressive wealth of tactical information. Alright, we are going to get the gown, the coffer, and sacred soil. Kiara, you must come with me at once. Another Tonberry has emerged from the Wanderer's Palace. A traveling peddler caught sight of the fiend and fled to Camp Bronze Lake. Once again, it falls to the Marauders Guild to find and slay it. This time, we will hunt the Tonberry in greater numbers so that we might surround it and cut off all avenues of escape. I have not forgotten our previous attempt to slay one of the foul creatures. Nor have you, I trust. I have your assurance that you will keep your fairy in line this time, yes? I have my theories. Then let us make for Bronze Lake at once. Our comrades have already departed, and I do not wish to fall behind. We will rendezvous with them at the same place we battled the first Tonberry. There it is. Level sync is in effect. Let's do this. Thank the gods you have come, Kiara. Any later we might have had to proceed without you. The Tonberry appears to be in some sort of trance. It is oblivious to our presence. Is everyone ready? Excellent. Remember, we must surround the fiend. It cannot be allowed to flee. My son, my dear son, stay away. I cannot. Damn it, not again. It's a sanctuary inside the Wanderer's Palace. Come, let us follow and finish this once and for all. What? Again? Why do you protect this demon? Yo, the Tonberry Wanderer. Have you gotten mad? That thing's a monster. It must be put down. The Rancor, Lily, my son, why are you here? Who has summoned you? The Nim is no more. 1,500 years. Can it truly be so? I was Surito Carito before the sickness from the sea transformed me. The traders, they were the first. As their ears and nose began to atrophy, their limbs grew shorter and their skin. We scholars tried to halt the spread, tried to find a cure, but in time, we too fell ill. Sympathy turned to fear, and fear to anger. Monsters, they called us. Abominations. Then you were once a man? They sealed the sick within the temple with magics, tried to drown us, tried to forget us. Though our bodies had been changed, our minds remained intact. But within every man lurks a beast. When those whom you called kin deny you, come to hate you and despise you, I too succumbed to the rancor, until you reunited me with Lily, my dearest son. Long has my mind been clouded with hatred, but by the resplendent light of Lily, at long last I am free. And we even glimpse the truth of who he once was. So wait a bleeding moment. That Tonberry used to be a scholar like you, so does that mean you'll turn one of them if you keep slinging those spells? Or did I misunderstand what he said back there? Ah, the hell's with it. I came expecting to fight one Tonberry, not a whole bloody mess of them. If it wasn't for you and your flying friend, I reckon we'd not have left there alive. Gotta say, you and Alka make a great team. Shame there ain't more of you scholarly types around. Could use with a partner like you. Take care, Kiara. I nearly killed him. Thank the gods that fairy stopped me. I wonder, did she know it was Silturo from the beginning? Or was it only... In any case, she's regained a good portion of her memories, if not all of them, I suspect. Well, if you would excuse me, I need to take some time to put my thoughts in order and decide how I might explain this to the Axe Master. That the traditions of my people have not been lost to the ages is of great comfort to me. I do not know how that soul crystal came into your possession, but I am glad that it did, for the sickness robbed me not only of my body, but of Lily as well. The soul of the scholar no longer resonates with my ether. I cannot summon her. Only you can. Only you are fit to wield the magics now. Here, a gown as befits the scholar of your standing. I bequeath it to you, along with the knowledge of my sacred soil, my most versatile art. I cannot thank you enough for purging the rancor from my heart. But there are still countless others who have yet to see the light. I cannot abandon them to their fate. I will not. And so, I bid you farewell, Kiara. Carry on our traditions with pride. Now, we'll stand here and we will demonstrate the appearance of full scholarly set. Here we have the full scholar set. And we also have the summoner set. Now there is the matter of those coffers, and I will open them at a later time and put stuff as glamours and all of that. But for now, this has been a long episode, or a long stream, and it's time to close it out. I hope you had a wonderful day, night, evening, whatever you were up to, whenever you were up to it, and I hope to see you again next time. If you're here on Twitch, make sure to follow and hit the bell for notifications either way, because if you're on YouTube, you can also drop a like, comment, and subscribe. And if you are on YouTube and stuck around, here's a playlist of my stuff, some other stuff I played. And if my content's not for you, but you stuck around anyway, or skip to the end of the video to see how it ended, here is a video that YouTube thinks you will like. Bye now.